ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
ಅಜಯ್ಗೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು to have Dr. I welcome you, sir. I request the Director General to formally welcome the Chief Guest of the Assembly, please. Professor Govindrajan, Doctor, Professor Dr. Shishudhakar ready to support the same. Mementos.
We have to compress a little, but 245 is what they're expecting. Okay, lunch.
batch ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ಏ batch
Only one. He's not having one batch. Yes. Super. Even more like that. Even more than that. Thank you, sir.
function by welcoming the gathering. We have a galaxy of dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's our great pleasure to have with us Dr. Shrikant Nagalapalli sir, IAS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power as the Chief Guest. Himself an IITian with vast experience in power sector in both central and state governments. I request the Director General to formally welcome the Chief Guest with a sapling, please. Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director in the Institute of Science, is a mathematician par excellence with numerous awards to his credit. He is present as the guest of honor. I request the Director General to formally welcome the guest of honor with a sapling, please. Dr. D. Sheshgiri sir, an outstanding scientist and director, Naval Physical and Oceanographic Laboratory, a pioneer in design and development of indigenous radar used in Tejas. He is the distinguished speaker today and shall deliver the Pandit Nehru Memorial Lecture on the topic Airborne Radars. I request the Director General to please welcome the distinguished speaker with a sapling and a shawl. I take great pleasure in welcoming officials from our sister organizations PGCIL, Great India, SRPC, REC, NTPC, NPTI, officials from KERC, KPCL, BESCOM, KPCL, CREDL, KSPDCL, BBMP, KSP, officials from DRDO, BHEL, HMT, CDAC, NPCIL, VEL, ISRO, CMTI, VIS, NABL, ETDC, CPWD, NIC, IT Department, LIC, Kendra Vidyalaya, professors from Indian Institute of Science, RRI, NIAS, Ramaya University, retired employees. Our success is the hard work and efforts of yours, and on your shoulders we stand today. You all welcome, please. Invitees and guests, State Bank of India. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have organized a puppet show which is led by the passionate Mrs. Anupama Hoskere. We welcome you, ma'am, and your crew. The Secretary Ministry of Power, who is the President of the Governing Council of Central Research Institute, and the Chairman of CEA have sent in their best wishes And I request my colleague, Dr. Anand Kumar, to read out their messages respectively, please.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, distinguished invitees, guests, officers, and officials of CPRI. We will read out the message received from Secretary Sri Pankaj, Ministry of Government of India. Quote, Dear CPRI fraternity, as you celebrate the 65th Institute Day of the Central Power Research Institute, I extend my heartfelt wishes to the entire CPRI family. For over 6.5 decades, CPRI has been a pillar of India's power sector, pioneering advancements in research, consultancy, and testing. As the world transits to clean energy, CPRI's commitment to cutting-edge research and consultancy will be vital in addressing the dynamic needs of the power industry. With India's ambitious Vision 2047 of achieving energy independence and Vision 2070 of attaining net zero emissions, CPRI is poised to play a critical role in realizing these milestones by driving innovation, enhancing efficiency, and enabling sustainable and robust Indian power sector. The Government of India is supporting the research needs of the power sector through the R&D schemes of Ministry of Power being implemented through CPRI, aiming to drive impactful innovations and advancements. Further, the government continues to empower CPRI by supporting the augmentation of its test facilities and establishing new units to meet the evolving demands of the power sector. The dedication of every CPRI employee to excellence and innovation has driven CPRI's success so far, and I am confident that the institute will continue to shape the future of the power sector under the guidance of its governing council and Ministry of Power. May CPRI scale new heights, solidify its global presence, and remain a beacon of progress in power engineering for years to come. Unquote. We have received a message from the chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, Sri Kansham Prasad Ji. Quote, Dear CPRI fraternity, I am privileged to extend my warm regards to the fraternity of Central Power Research Institute on the occasion of its 65th Institute Day. This institute is a temple for all electrical engineers. I had always looked at CPRI as a student and later as a professional. I had presented my first technical paper at CPRI way back in 1997. Till date, I have been seeing it growing and is a pride among the research institute of the world. Over the years, CPRI has been instrumental in driving innovation and excellence in India's power sector and ensuring the resilience of our electricity ecosystem. I recall that CPRI is an offshoot of CEA before it became an autonomous organization, and I am glad to see its growth. As India stands on the cusp of an energy transition towards cleaner and more sustainable energy sources, CPRI's work has never been more crucial. Its research outcome will guide us in addressing emerging challenges and seizing new opportunities, empowering consumers, encouraging investments, and enabling responsible growth of the power sector. On this special day, I wish to commend the dedication and hard work of all the CPRI officials who have contributed to research, testing, and consultancy services for the power sector and contributed in building the nation. Your relentless efforts have been instrumental in shaping India's energy future and ensuring that our power sector remains reliable and resilient. As we look to the future, I am confident that CPRI will continue to lead with innovation, drive meaningful change, and contribute significantly to the nation's energy aspirations. Wishing the entire CPRI team continued success and excellence in all its endeavors. I, on behalf of CEA, assure you all the full support of CEA to CPRI and my greetings and best wishes once again. Unquote. Thank you.
I request Solicitor Director General to address the gathering, please.
Namaskar. dignitaries are biased. Today's function which is based Srikant Nakula College, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, University of Science. Distinguished speaker and outstanding scientist, Dr. D. Sheshagiri, Director, NPOL, DRDO. Invited guests, Sri Koliji from CMD HMT, dignitaries from Power Grid, Dr. Rana, Vice Chancellor Ramaiah University of Science and Technology, dignitaries from Grid India, REC, and other organizations, my retired colleagues, our retired Director General, Sri Nandakumarji, Sri Ashish Singh ji. He was Director General for a short time as an in charge, and he is a member, Secretary SRPC. Our retired colleagues and my friends, my colleagues from Cpri, I heartily welcome all to today's function of Cpri's Institute Day celebration. I congratulate all of you on this occasion. Today we are completing 65 years of our proud existence. Government of India set up Cpri in 1960. The idea of setting up Cpri in the country was evolved in 1956 itself. And Cpri was established on the recommendations of the Planning Committee for Power Engineering Research, which was headed by M.S. Thaker, the then Director of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, the report was submitted in 1956. The committee recommended setting up of Cpri at Bengaluru and switchgear testing and development station at Bhopal. Bangalore was selected because of the vicinity of IISc and some of the laboratories already were available there. In fact, the inception of Cpri started from the high voltage laboratory of the IISc. Similarly, switchgear testing and development station at Bhopal, which was located in the BHL campus, and because of the existence of the BHL, which was the then Heavy Electrical India Limited, with the estimated cost of our investment of around 4.2 crore rupees at that time. Subsequently, a nucleus organization was set up under the Central Water and Power Commission, CPWC. Central Power Institute became autonomous organization or other autonomous society in 1978. And since then it has grown from this small group of laboratories to be one of the world's largest laboratories. In terms of the range of the facilities, Cpri is probably one of the world's biggest institute, having the range of the facilities or the range of the products covered under one roof. While we complete some of the ongoing projects, we'll be expanding our test facility, and soon we'll have some more units. And with the completion of our augmentation of high power laboratory, probably would be one of the world's biggest laboratory in terms of the capacity. And I hope that this facility will be ready by this year. Under Vision 2047, probably we may require laboratories of high power laboratory of much bigger capacity, looking at the capacity of the generation capacity and transmission capacity in the country, which may be increased to many fold. Cpri is a nodal agency for managing research schemes of Ministry of Power, such as IHRD, NPP, RSOB, and now the new scheme, which is a MIHIP. Cpri strives to remain in forefront of the R&D testing consultancy in the power sector. Its role in the growth of the robust and sustainable Indian power sector is phenomenal. And this growth could not be or would not have been possible without existence of the test laboratory of this scale. We are proud to be part of the country's growth over last 6 decades. India has completed more than CPI has completed more than 250 research projects since its inception, and many more projects which are probably in the patent or few products rather than products where research is more on the quality oriented and efficiency improvement. CPI is a member of prestigious alliance of 11 high power short circuit test laboratories which are there all over the world. And many of these laboratories in the world, many of the laboratories in the world, they are waiting over a decade to be a part of this alliance. And being a member of STL, our test reports are recognized worldwide. CPRS test facilities are utilized by industry and utilities from all over the world. And being a STL member, our expertise is sought by many overseas utilities for the third party witnesses. Presently, we have 7 units functional across the country: Bangalore, Hyderabad, Bhopal, Noida, Kolkata, and Guwahati. And 2 more units, one at Nasik, which would be functional very soon. Maybe within 2-3 months, we'll be able to inaugurate it. And another 6 months, we shall be able to start the functioning of the Raipur unit. We'll be able to cater the short circuit test facility up to the 16 MVA transformer at Nasik and LV switchgear test facility. So we hope that this will help the industry in the western part of the country. We are also setting up the battery and cable testing laboratory at Narmadapuram in association with NPIDC under the government scheme for the manufacturing zone for RE and power equipments. CPRS consultancy is most sought after in Indian power sector for RLA of the power plants, energy efficiency, earthing design, power plant diagnosis, power transformer diagnosis, etc. We have trained more than 2,000 engineers across the country. We impart training tailor-made courses are designed for based on the requirement of the industry or the requirement of the utilities. CPI engineers have been playing a vital role in the policy making and national and international standardization. Our researchers are working in various fields like tower design, dielectric, insulating material, power system, smart energy, biomass, thermal power plant, lithium battery, cables and conductors, new insulating oil, EV chargers, power quality, and many more fields. CPI has been identified as a nodal laboratory by Ministry of Environment for dechlorination of the world transformer oil. Under this unit-sponsored project, CPI has dechlorinated more than 800 metric tons of oil in various substations all over the country. We are committed to play a greater role in the growth of this Indian power sector to achieve country's vision of a developed nation. We will strive to be in forefront to meet the cutting-edge research requirement as well as to be one of the world's leading institute in the power sector. Our future plan is to bridge gap of the test requirements up to 1200 kV ratings and cope up with the testing consultancy skill development and research demand of rapidly growing power sector with transition to the renewable energy and modern grid. Under Vision 2030, we have ambitious plan of augmentation of and expansion of our test facilities, and we will soon be able to put up the proposals for expanding the test facility at Noida, which is the most sought after because of the large number of small scale industry is in that region to cater the need of the manufacturers in North India, and soon we will be able to relocate our test facility in Kolkata also. We have main challenges of the shortage of the expert manpower, which caters to the demand of the expanded test facilities and carrying out cutting edge research. And I am sure that the ministry will help us overcoming this shortfall. I am thankful to the Standing Committee and Governing Council of CPRI for their kind support and positive approach for the growth of CPRI. I thank you all the organizations, all individuals for their supports in the growth of the CPRI. Thank you, all of you. I wish you happy Institute Day, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address presenting the concise history and growth of CPRI. Your attention to minute details and calm demeanor always motivates us. Thank you. And apologies, I also would like to extend my welcome to the press and media who are present today. It missed my attention. Please accept my apologies for that. I now request the guest of honor, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, sir, Director, Indian Institute of Science, to deliver his address. But before that, may I request my colleague, Harika Chakraborty, to introduce you to the gathering, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to introduce today's guest of honor, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, to the august audience. Professor Rangarajan holds an integrated MSc Honours degree from BITS Pilani and a PhD from the University of Maryland, USA. He has worked at the Lawrence Berkeley Lab, USA, Berkeley, before joining the Department of Mathematics at IISc Bangalore in 1992. He is currently serving as the Director of IISc Bangalore, a JC Bose National Fellow and recipient of the Homi Bhabha Fellowship. Professor Rangarajan's research focuses on nonlinear dynamics, chaos theory, and time series analysis. He is a fellow of both Indian Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Sciences. He is a recipient of the BITS Distinguished Alumnus Award. He has served in various leadership roles at IISc, including Chair of the Mathematics Department, International Relations Cell, Division of Interdisciplinary Research, and the Office of Development and Alumni Affairs. Professor Rangarajan has spearheaded numerous initiatives, including the Indo-French Cyber University Project, the National Mathematics Initiative, and the Indo-US Virtual Institute for Mathematics and Statistical Sciences. He also established an interdisciplinary PhD program in mathematical sciences and heads the Indo-French Center for Applied Mathematics, IFCAM. The IFCAM supports joint research projects between India and France in the broad area of applied mathematics. In recognition of his exceptional contributions, he has been honored with the Knight of the Order of Academic Palms by the Government of France. It is truly an honor to have you as our guest of honor for this Institute Day, sir. I urge the audience to join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Govindan Rangarajan.
Dignitaries both on the stage and off the stage. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. I would first like to convey my best wishes to CPRI on its Institute Day and also congratulate it on completing 65 years of service to the nation. So you have been, I think, as you have pointed out, you started at Indian Institute of Science, the high voltage engineering lab, and now we have grown to a very big organization. We are very happy that we played a small part in your evolution. Of course, I'll be brief. What I would like to say is power has become a very important sector for the country, especially given its ambition to become a developed nation by 2047. And we have several, challenges to meet along the way. One, of course, we have to increase the power consumption. Our per capita power consumption is very low compared to the other developed countries. So that has to increase. But at the same time, we have to meet our net zero commitments. So these are, in some sense, contradictory challenges to be met, but we need to do it, and we cannot suddenly stop using coal. So we have to, find way of reducing the pollution from coal. So IAC is part of a clean coal project towards this end. And we also need to invest heavily in renewables, but of course, renewables presents its own challenges. You need proper, battery storage and other many more, technological advances before we can scale it up even further. Of course, fusion is a new, flavor of the year, so to speak. But we have to see how far it progresses. There are many companies, startups including, which are working on that. That may solve some of the problems in case it comes to fruition. But fusion has been promised for many decades, and we are still waiting for it to attain commercial reality. So we'll have to wait and see, but at least now more people seem to be optimistic that nuclear fusion will become a reality. But and also one good thing is the grid is becoming more and more automated, and all the electrical equipment are all now heavily automated. But that brings with it its own risk of cyber attacks. We have seen such attacks can cause have devastating consequences. So we need to be fully prepared for that. So that is something which I think research institutions like IAC can collaborate with Cpri. They're already collaborating with PowerGrid on this area. So I think, but you also have other things which may make the whole situation better. The rise of AI is one such development. With the AI, maybe one can develop very efficient power grids and also use it, to counter cyber attacks. So these are some positive developments where Cpri can also play a very big role. Given that IAC and Cpri have a long association going back right to its birth, so we hope we can collaborate further on many areas, especially since we are across the road from one another. So there's no reason why we should not collaborate. And even also IAC has several strengths which can be of use to Cpri, of course. Other than high voltage engineering, we are very strong in power electronics, power systems, and so on. So we also have, in fact, a Cpri chair. Which Cpri has graciously established, which has further cemented the relationship between the two. So with these few words, with the hope that we can collaborate much more closely as we go forward, let me again wish you a very happy Institute Day and congratulate you on all your achievements. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for briefly painting the entire picture of power sector in few words, from per capita to net zero to automation to AI to cyber attack. You mentioned we are across the road, sir, and you mentioned about our birth from your IAC and separated by a road. But I would say the umbilical cord was never cut, and across the road we still have the umbilical cord running, and we hope that we will continue to pump in the blood from either side. Thank you so much, sir. I now request the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Shrikant Tamlapalli, sir, IAS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, to deliver his address, please. But before that, may I request my colleague, Dr. Anand Kumar, to introduce the chief guest to the audience.
Thank you very much. Respected representatives, Cpri, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, distinguished invitees, guests, officers, and officials of Cpri. It's again my pleasure and privilege to introduce the chief guest of this function to the august audience, Dr. Shrikant Nagalapalli. Dr. Shrikant Nagalapalli is a senior IAS officer of the 1998 batch from Andhra Pradesh. He holds a master's degree in industrial engineering and a doctorate in economics. He is an accomplished leader with over 2.5 decades of experience in government and industry. Currently, Dr. Shrikant is serving as Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Power, Government of India, where he is at the forefront of driving power sector policy reforms and leading the charge on energy transition, with particular focus on transmission and storage. He also holds the charge of Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency under the Ministry of Power. Dr. Shrikantji, known for his expertise in power sector reforms, previously served as State Energy Secretary for the Government of Andhra Pradesh and later was Chairman and Managing Director of Andhra Pradesh Transmission Corporation Limited. He played a crucial role in enhancing the financial viability of the power sector by significantly reducing power purchase costs and improving collection efficiency. Importantly, he led the planning of over 30 gigawatt of pump storage projects and supported key initiatives in energy efficiency. His career is also marked by major achievements, notably as the first commissioner of the Capital Region Development Authority of Andhra Pradesh, contributing to the master planning and land pooling for the Greenfield Capital City of Andhra Pradesh and implementing a large-scale government-funded health insurance scheme. He has also served as a collector for Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh and as a government nominee director for Messrs. Grid Control of India Limited, NLDC. Distinguished audience, I request you to join me to compliment Dr. Shrikant Nagalapalli, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, and we invite him to address all of us. Thank you.
Professor G. Rangarajan, Director, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. Shri B. Seshagiri, Distinguished Scientist, DRDO. Shri Savleji, DG, Cpri. Good afternoon, all the esteemed dignitaries and all the guests. It is an honor to address you here today on this occasion of the Institute, Cpri's Institute Day. Savleji has ensured that I visited all the laboratories right from morning till now, so that I will not say no whatever proposal he brings to the It has given a very good overview of the great work that the Institute has been doing since decades, and it's a very proud moment for me that such an institution has been built in this country. You all know that Cpri has been a premier place for both testing as well as research in the field of power equipment in the country. It has shaped the power sector for decades. Though we have heard its name, whoever has worked in power sector, even though I has not visited this place, this is quite closely related to all the people who work in this sector. And as we march towards Viksit Bharat by 2047, a prosperous and self-reliant India, our focus should be towards indigenization, innovation, and sustainability. You are all aware that we are on our way to achieving this 500 gigawatt non-fossil capacity by 2030. We have already completed more than 200 gigawatts, and the remaining 300 gigawatts, we are well on our way to achieving that. And this capacity is significantly going to increase by 2047. And this requires developing supply chains across the value chain of power sector within the country. Every country across the world is busy with their own transition and other requirements. So it's very essential that India develops its own supply chains within our country. And the The power sector needs to be equipped with very cutting edge technologies to meet our growing demands. And I feel that CPRI is very uniquely placed to play a very important role in this process. You have the mandate, the expertise, and also the infrastructure to facilitate India's energy transition. I urge CPRI to identify at least 10 technologies that will be crucial for meeting our energy security as well as transition needs. And there can be a collaborative effort with the industry after a thorough analysis of the cutting edge research in global laboratories that is happening. There can be a collaboration with the industry, the academia, and I'm certain that this can be a successful initiative. India also boasts of a very good research ecosystem. I was very happy to note that when I visited the Indian Institute of Science in the morning, that a lot of research that is happening here is supporting development of products and technologies outside India. I think that should happen within the country, and all the product development and commercialization of those products, if they happen within the country, our power sector can reach new heights. And CPRI has an access to this incredible talent pool, and this provides an unparalleled opportunity to create indigenous technologies that meet not only our domestic needs but also can support our exports. CPRI can become a platform where big ideas meet global challenges, and a place where we can ask what does India's power sector truly need, and how can we make it happen. One immediate priority that comes across our way, or a challenge that we have been facing, is indigenization of HVDC systems. While projects like the Northeast Agra HVDC link are commendable, but we still rely on imported technologies for critical components. And India is poised for a massive expansion of HVDC networks. And CPRI can take the lead in collaborating closely with Indian manufacturers under the Make in India initiative, and also establishing required facilities for the design, testing, commercialization of the indigenous HVDC technologies. There are other critical areas also which require immediate attention, like carbon capture and utilization, developing advanced battery energy storage technologies, the accelerating the development of indigenous EV fast chargers, grid forming inverters. We are facing difficulties in, for example, Rajasthan, where a lot of concentration of RE exists, and the stability of the systems like that require these inverters. We need to strengthen the cyber security of our power systems. We have planned about 30 gigawatts of pump storage projects by 2032 to integrate the large wind and solar energy that is coming into the grid. And CPRI can play a very important role in framing guidelines, testing technologies, and also providing advisory support for various power sector stakeholders. AI-driven smart grids are no longer a futuristic concept. CPRI can in fact lead the development of real-time monitoring and predictive maintenance, and also demand forecasting technologies. Most of the SLDCs, they have been finding it difficult to predict the power demand as well as the wind and solar generation over the next 24 hours. So that's a very critical area. We also are aiming for 30% EV adoption by 2030. And this requires a significant leap in charging infrastructure. We have to line up all our major high traffic highways with the charging stations, both fixed battery as well as swappable batteries. CPRI can in fact innovate these fast charging systems and also explore cutting edge technologies like vehicle to grid, which in future we anticipate a lot of requirement would be there. And this will help in making our EV ecosystem future ready. And whatever research that will be taken up must be time bound and goal oriented. Lab experiments should be converted into working prototypes quickly, let's say within 2 years, and launching of pilot products to address specific utility challenges is extremely important. By bridging the gap between research and deployment, CPRI can effectively translate concepts into real world solutions. We should dream big, but certainly stay grounded. This is not just about innovation, it is about impact in the power sector and also on a larger canvas, the energy ecosystem of the country. It's about transforming ideas into solutions that touch lives and build a better and self-reliant India by 2047. Let us all strive for excellence. And I congratulate every one of you on the occasion of the Institute Day. And I compliment the DG, Mr. Shri Shavle, in bringing this institution and laying the foundation for taking the institute to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words for us. We feel encouraged. Thanks for presenting the blueprint of the government viewpoint for Viksit Bharat in power sector and your thrust towards indigenization. We will surely work towards your suggestion for indigenization of HVDC equipment. We have already started working towards grid forming inverters. We have a test facility for EVSCs and look forward to work on CCUS. Thank you very much for your lectures. The Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Lecture is synonymous with the CPRI Institute Day celebrations. And today, Dr. D. Sheshagiri, sir, outstanding scientist and director, Naval Physical and Oceanographic Laboratory, Kochi, is the distinguished speaker and shall deliver the memorial lecture on the topic Airborne Radars, the Indian Scenario. May I request my colleague Ashita to introduce the distinguished gathering to the distinguished speaker to the gathering, please, and request the dignitaries to kindly move on to the front seat so we could have the lecture. So you may please be seated. Ashita, please.
I'll ask him.
A very warm good afternoon to one another. I'm pleased to share the biodata. I was the head of the Airborne and Spaceborne Radar Division at LRDE Bangalore before assuming the charge of the 11th Director of NPOA. Dr. D. Sheshagiri joined LRDE Bangalore in 2002 as a junior scientist and worked in various key air defense programs. He pioneered the design and development of India's first indigenous active phased array radar, the L-Star. He also served as a project director in Uttar, the indigenous radar used in Tejas, our light combat aircraft. The Idris Award in 2019, Scotch Platinum Award in 2016, and the Path-Breaking Research Award in 2020 for the development of Uttam radar for LCA. He has published more than 40 research articles in prestigious journals and international conferences. It's with great privilege and honor that we welcome you, sir, to this Day Institute Day celebration and also to deliver the JN Memorial Lecture. Thank you.
As I hand over the floor to you, sir, ladies and gentlemen, let us please hear for Dr. Sheikh. Please.
I'm honored and privileged to be here. Good afternoon to one and all. Professor Rangarajan, Director IASC, Dr. N. Srikant, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Sri Savaleji, DG Cpri, Dr. Reddy Saab, Director Cpri, Dr. Das, Director Cpri, my friend Bhavani Shankar, who is also my classmate, AD, QM, who is principally responsible for me to be here. And the CMD of HMT, Sri Kohliji, with whom I think he was here till now. On your 65th CPRI day, may I extend my warm greetings to one and all. That you have completed 250 projects is not a joke at all. That, you know, I have worked in projects, and to see a project from inception to completion, how difficult a task it is. Those who work on projects know that, especially in a domain where it is everything is new to us. Such was the domain where I also have worked, and I have also faced many challenges with along with the team, and to overcome them to deliver a product. I appreciate you one and all. Congratulations to you. However, as many one of us know, from the days of, I read a little bit of anthropology. We say that the power, the per capita power, as the secretary was bringing out, is an indication of how cultured we are or how civilized we are. And that the human power into the power used by the artificial means, like the power of how it's generated. His civilization is, I think, Gordon Kilday, who has defined civilization as immediately a function of power, shows the importance of power, and power in sense of defense also, we are also critically important. And in both sectors, I understand that from the speech of the additional secretary, that there is a lot of import components still exist, be it in defense, be it, as I understand from him, in the power sector. And therefore, the research component is going to be critically important. We from the DRDO, we also are in the same field of research. And the four quadrants of research, as we see it, is one is the research institutes like ours. The second one is the educational institutes. We also have a very close collaboration with IASC. We have a center of excellence at IASC. The industry, and of course the user, in our case, the defense forces, and in our case, the general public. So these four, they play a very critically important role in in our success. And I think therefore a synergistic working of these four are very important. And I understand, instead of being distant neighbors, because neighbors are generally very distant from each other, that your umbilical cord is still unbroken, and that you have a chain which is constituted there, and they are working with you closely, is a very good argument, and it actually means a lot. Whereas, most of our enemies are our neighbors. As was pointed out, renewable energy is again a very critically important sector, and probably you are also going to do a lot of research in the coming days, be it in the domain of batteries or be it in the domain of, I do not know, hydrogen cell is going to play a very important role in the coming days, especially in the submarines, because of late I have been working on a product for submarines. The power for the submarines is generally stored in batteries, and it can stay in the sea just for 48 hours continuously because of the power requirement. And whenever they have to charge, they have to come up and they become vulnerable. So therefore, the next important step towards increasing the staying underwater was when they did the development of hydrogen cell. And the first indigenous hydrogen cell is going to go on to a submarine called Scorpion, which of course is, I think, a French submarine, but it's going to be developed with the indigenous partner. But the fuel cell is going to come from one of our laboratories called NMR. Maybe it is a good augur for our sector of the country. Batteries also, we are very closely collaborating with multiple Indian industries to see that because again, as I was saying, submarines do carry a lot of requirement of batteries, and we probably should work together in the days to come so that together we can make things happen. Let us look forward for that, sir. And as Sir was mentioning, for us to be a developed country by 2047, without, of course, the main thing is disturbing the nature by a lot of amount. Because I think by 2047, we also are 2070. We should become a zero emission country, is what I understand from the Prime Minister's speech. Of course, let us look forward for that to happen, because even if you have, because generally when we do have a PDC of a project, probable date of completion, we do not look for the completion of a day, but an indicator that we should complete by somewhere around that. So if not 2070, another 10, 15 years down the line, that is by the end of this century, we should have zero emission that we should look for. Coming to radars, generally technical lectures are boring because when I start a lecture, the hall will be full like this. By the end of, I know, there will be a lot of empty seats here and there. That is how the technical lectures will be. So, beg your pardon that it is going to be a little technical down the line. However, I want to make it as popular as possible, but it may not be possible to make it popular all the way. So, if you have to bet if a couple of equations creep in, one here and there, I read from one of the Stephen Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time. He says every equation brings down the sale of the book by 50%. So every equation there or here should not reduce the hall strength by 50%. That will be like a gamma decay. So I will not have any people left in by the end of the day. Can you go to the next slide, please?
You can operate.
Radars are originally, if you look at the development of radar or any technology for that matter, it is the war which actually propels the technological development. Look at the aircraft. Most of the aircraft development happened during the brief interregnum of 6-7 years during the Second World War. If you look at the jet engine, which we are still had to make an indigenous gas turbine engine. The original gas turbine engine was developed during the Second World War. If you look at the sort of warfare which was introduced in the Second World War, I think there were two components to it. One was how Luftwaffe used to bomb Britain in a huge number of saturation attacks. Means hundreds of bombers come, they drop a lot of bombs on Britain, they go back. This was, to overcome this, Britain has at that time developed radar, and there is a famous book saying that the important invention or the invention that changed the course of the Second World War. it also changed the course of how we are today. Because Second World War's outcome critically impacted every nation, for that matter, yours also. I believe, at least I believe. But for Second World War, our Indian independence also would have been delayed. It is more because of Second World War and the fall of both Germany and Britain, we would have not been independent by 1947. So Second World War played a critical important role for us also. And during this time, the radar invention happened. If you look at the Gulf War of 1990 or 1991, two basic inventions played a critical role. One was the AWNC. It was developed a few years back, but operationally utilized for the first time in the Gulf War. The second one was the B-52 or B-2 bomber. It's a stealth bomber. A stealth bomber is a bomber whose radar cross-section or its visibility to radar is very low. So these two inventions have shaped the Gulf War. Now, it means that for me, I look at it that way, that it is the radar which actually has changed the course of Gulf War. It might have happened the same way, but a little more time. But it happened very fast because of these two inventions being at that point of time used. In this sense, what I'm saying again is the radar is a very critical component in any warfare. Today we have radars which can look at maybe a few thousands of kilometers for a missile warhead of that size, which will be like what we call in radar parlance as 0.1 meter square. It means, let's say of that size. Any object of that size, somewhere about a few thousands of kilometers away, today we have a capacity to see that from India, from anywhere in India. So also we can look at the troop movements happening anywhere in any part of the world through our synthetic aperture radars, which are on our satellites. Though our number of different satellites are today low, but there are programs which are called launch on demand, where we are planning to have multiple satellites as per requirements immediately launched. And we have also in the process of development of synthetic aperture radars, which can look at objects which are as small as 1 meter by 1 meter. So is the sort of, I'll show you some of the figures as we go by, and the accuracy with which you can pinpoint an object so that you can neutralize it. Whereas if you have seen air traffic controller, you would have seen some radars which are rotating very high speed, picking up all the aircrafts along, and they are the reason why we are able to fly from one place to the other without any problem. Of course, there is now the technology is little different. There are other means of such, picking up of targets on the APC, but radar plays a very important role there too. They look like the radar which I have shown on the top. This is India's first radar to be developed. It's called Indra. Nothing to do with God Indra. It's Indian Doppler radar. You can see it's a very huge radar, but with a range of almost like 50-60 kilometers. I will show you radars down the line with similar ranges today. They will be like a tabletop. No longer it is such a big radar. Such is the sort of development that has happened. This is the 90s. It's not too much into the past. Over the last 30 years, that is the change that has happened in the radar development. Originally, it was two-dimensional radar. Radar is radio detection and ranging. You send a pulse, you get back hit, you measure the time taken, and you find out how much is the range of the target. While rotating, you figure out at what angle it is going, and therefore it is a two-dimensional radar. You have an azimuth, you have a range. And down the line, LRD has developed three-dimensional radars where elevation also is added by having multiple beams simultaneously in the elevation direction. This gives the height information too. Past that, now there are no more rotations. If you see this is a SAM radar. SAM means the surface to air missile. India's surface to air missile system is known as Akash missile system. And this is a regular radar which is used as a radar for the SAM system. And if you see that it's no longer rotating, it is actually known as a phased array radar. By controlling the phase front, we can rotate the angle, beam to whichever angle we want. Therefore, it is not no mechanical inertia. You can look at this angle and this angle almost simultaneously. That's the advantage. And you can look at many targets with sort of weapon accuracies that are necessary. In this case, about 20-25 targets can be done. And they are actually used, therefore, for interception of aircraft and today interception of missiles too. If you have read during the 2019, I think there was a exercise where DRDO has conducted it neutralized a satellite. It is called ASAT, and the radar used was developed by LRD. I will show you the radar as we go by, but the accuracy that was required was 10 meters at a relative speed of more than 10 to 15 kilometers per second. That is the sort of accuracy. In the sense, if you convert into time, you can look at less than a millisecond sort of accuracy that you are looking for when you are looking for such an interception. Whereas the aircrafts are little better off, but the dynamics of the aircrafts are too varying in the sense that to track an aircraft is much more difficult at 200 to 300 meters per second compared to tracking a satellite at 7 kilometers per second, because the dynamics of the satellite is absolutely known. If you know it is here at this time, you will know that it is going to be there at that time. Such is the accuracy with which we can predict the trajectory of a satellite, and therefore it is so much easy to track a satellite. Not so with an aircraft, and I will show you down the line how we are able to track huge G maneuvers of an aircraft. Now, these are known as passive phased array radars, not because they are not transmitting. It's a misnomer. Actually, they do transmit, but they have a single power supply. It is it's a traveling wave tube, a magnetron, a traveling wave tube, a klystron. These are all what the development happened during the Second World War. That's why Second World War time was so very important for all the development. But down the line, we had very small solid-state power supplies, which were able to, with 10 watts, 100 watts power supply. Let's suppose this has some 1 megawatt. So let's say 1,000 or 10,000 numbers of them are to be integrated. So you look at one single power supply, it's not more than 100 watt. So a 100 watt solid-state power supply now can achieve such huge powers, and we have at least today something like 1 megawatt power even in solid state, which we have in the country. And the first active phased array radar, as was indicated, is L-star radar, and I'll show you as I go by. But that family has given rise to multiple radars like medium power radar, the many SAM radars. Just because the secretary here and he is a part of the planning and things like that. Then there were two radars that India has imported around 2000s. One from Thales, it's called Master 80 radar, and one from Israel called Swordfish radar. Two of these form two families of radars in DRDO, or the country. And today, we are at least better than, if not equal to, these two countries in radars because of the technology transfer that has happened those days. So to start with, I think that we should allow the industry or the research institute to import with a complete POT so that that can be, a leapfrogging can happen in the development, which I was interested. Now I was saying the ground-based radars, we have brands in India, developed in India. That time when this slide was made, it was from VHF to K band. If you want to know what these bands are, they span from megahertz to a few, tens of gigahertz. But now we are at high frequencies, HF also, where the wave bends as the surface of the earth. Now, generally, wave travels in a straight line. A radio wave travels in a straight line. But these waves, they bend along the surface as you go to lower and lower frequencies, like our shortwave radios, because of which you have a fundamental advantage. You want to see a ship. You cannot see a ship more than, let's say, let's say 10, 20 kilometers away because of the curvature of it. But if the surface wave can travel all along the surface, you can see far ranges. And that is the principle used in HF. We have one installation going to come up in the western coast to see how Pakistan's ships are going to move from Pakistani ports. But we also have other techniques to find them out, which are a little more strategic in nature. We have ranges of radars varying from few tens of centimeters, where we want to find out a buried mine, which is generally for our CRPF like forces, to now that hundreds of kilometers became thousands of kilometers. I made this slide about, I just did not want to change, but I made this slide about 10 years back, or some 7, 8 years back. I didn't want to change to show you in these 7, 8 years how much change has happened in the field of radar. That hundreds became thousands, the VHF became HF. We have radars for detection of mines. We can also detect human beings behind a wall, especially for anti-terrorist applications. Battlefield surveillance, where we can find out the intrusion of terrorists along the border. Tracking and detection and tracking of air-breathing targets like aircraft, cruise missiles, to ballistic missiles. My first job was to work on defense of a ballistic missile. So the first exercise of the ballistic missile happened in 2006 under the leadership of Dr. V.K. Saraswat, who is now the chairman, NITI Aayog member. Surveillance and fire control, of course. Airborne radars is again one small segment of the radars, but this is the most difficult of all the radars. When you are not moving to moving, there is a fundamental difference. One, your own motion is going to create a further component which you have to compensate. Not just for the motion, but also from the muck that is going to come. On a non-moving platform, if you see the clutter that is going to come from ground, it is going to have speed of what? Its speed is going to be 0. So you know that it is going to be 0 speed, 0 meters per second speed, and using that information you can remove it. But in airborne radar, it is not so. The ground is going to, in the front, the ground is going to come in with the speed of the aircraft, and behind the aircraft, it is going to move away with the speed of the aircraft again. That is plus VP to minus platform speed. And it is going to span all the speeds between this, and therefore if you convert it into frequency, all the frequencies are going to be covered by this, and it is therefore difficult to detect targets within this sort of background. And why it is so, I will show you again down below. We have again under the airborne radars, we have detection and tracking radars. Under that, we have surveillance radars. We have aerostat based. Aerostat is a huge balloon, maybe of the order of a one football field, some 70 meters to 100 meters of length. They fly at about 4 to 5 kilometers of altitude so that they can see deep into the enemy territory. And we do have installations in India, a few of them. And they have huge ranges so that they can see very much into the enemy territory. Fixed wing based, we have our own AWNC, which I have worked in. We have imported AVAX, which is coming from Israel. And I'm going to show you a little about how our AWNC development has happened. Fire control radars. Uttam radar is a fire control radar, which is the radar on LCA pages. And there are so many variants of radar which are coming on multiple of our aircrafts, including Su-30, which is called Virupaksha radar. And Bhavani Shankar was one problem he has helped us solve, and I come to that problem when I'm talking about the radar. We have imaging radars which actually take images of ground, which can take images of ships. We have, they are called the synthetic aperture radars. They can be on aircraft, they can be on satellites also. Both varieties DRDO makes. And this is a picture of AWNC aircraft, it's an Embraer 145 aircraft, on top of which you can see is the antenna, which is a S-band. Can you put the cursor on that? They will open presentation. Yeah, it's called Eye in the Sky. And this is one of the most critically acclaimed developments of DRDO for one reason. Its usage has been phenomenal. If you recall the Balakot exercise, this was the one which gave the coverage for the Balakot exercise for all the aircraft that were flying to bomb Balakot. And Balakot has a historical significance because it has nothing to do with what has happened that day. It has a long history of about 100 years. Why Balakot? If you go to Wikipedia, probably you will understand why Balakot. So this is of course a fully active phase tail radar, but the first time we have developed indigenously, and it is also first aircraft based radar again indigenously. It is interesting, or for us it is a great moment of pride, not just Balakot. We were flying over Himalayas. I'll come to that. As the ground rises, the amount of clutter increases, and therefore it becomes that much more difficult for us to see targets. And it so happened that the indigenous AWLC flew over Himalayas to see into China. Also, the imported AVAX was also flying to see into China. And we were beating them hands down in the performance, so that when the AWNC Mark II came as a consequence of this, I was proposing as a designer a different band, which is same as the band of AVAX. But then the Deputy Chief of Air Staff told, don't change the band, but because S band, which is our band, is much better than the L band. I said it's not band dependent, but because you are saying that the radar is better, I take it as a compliment, in the sense that our radar, indigenous radar, hands down, beats imported radar, that too of Israeli origin, because Israel is a country of great technological advance. If you look at all the Nobel Prizes, about 20% of them would have been won by Jews. Such is their brilliance, and to compete with them is not a joke. Yeah. Just a walkthrough of the presentation. Why do we require a airborne radar? Because to fly a radar per hour, I don't know, we generally go with 4 tons of fuel per 5 hours. Such is the amount of fuel that we have to burn. And the cost of the radar compared to ground-based radar is one order higher. But why we still require airborne radar? Because of the limitation of ground-based radars. And how did we go about the design? And what are the future glimpses which, I may skip, but I will try to, look at that. When you look at a ground-based radar, the fundamental problem is, one is, though it is not showing here, is the line of sight or the terrain masking. An aircraft which is behind the mountain is invisible to the radar. You can see there is no line of sight, because of which we cannot, this is the one limitation. The second limitation is Earth's curvature itself. Let us suppose you have a low flying. Do you know that the famous what has happened off late? I think in Iran, Israelis have gone and bombed. How did they do that? There were so many radars all the way through. They were flying very low. They fly it almost like terrain hugging. So when you are flying so low, because the line of sight, or because it is again due to their curvature, you cannot see beyond, let us suppose it's flying at 30 meters. You can see maybe a few kilometers and not beyond. Because of that, your reaction time is absolutely limited. And to overcome that, you have to therefore have radars which are very high. Therefore, the line of sight is very high. And here, the same thing is what is the LOS limitation. And because of the LOS limitation, you are having hardly a couple of minutes to do the interception, and which is therefore impossible thing. And that's why they were able to go and bomb. And now look at the AWC which is flying. No longer there are these two limitations on the radar. It is able to see both aircraft, both LOS is now a huge number of kilometers. But when we are flying at, let's say, 8 kilometers of altitude, we look at about 300 kilometers as LOS. And there is no more problem with the mountain. Of course, mountain causes another problem which I was mentioning a little earlier. So, but suffice that there is a huge chance of, coming over the obstacles and the LOS. Now this, because of this, one is when these radars are static and we are moving into empty territory, the cover for our aircrafts are going to come down, reduced, because we do not have radars on the front. But if you have a AWC, you go along with the troops, so that you have a radar deep into the enemy territory. So that's one. That's why it's called extended range, and it has increased operational effectiveness in the sense that all these. I'm sorry. It's not that it is independent. It is always connected to the grid. There is a grid called IACCS, Indian Air Force Combat Communication and Control System. All the information coming from the AWLC, basically the radar of AWLC, goes to the IACCS so that at a centralized point, decisions are made. So it is connected to the network everywhere through two links. One is called the communicate. You can see a small hump on the top. That is a SATCOM. It is in K-band. And you have a LOS link bottom, which you cannot see here, which is in I think C-band. So we have multiple communication links connecting the aircraft to the ground at all points of time, either to a satellite or directly. You have a ISF interrogation for friend or foe just underneath the radar. See, again, if you have seen what happened immediately after Balakot, there was a what you call killing a brother. Let's say patricide is killing a father, like killing a brother. It happened in the immediate aftermath of Balakot, where our own helicopter was brought down. This is the failure of the IFF. When IFF fails, IFF identifies whether that aircraft is our friend or it is our enemy. If that fails, we cannot find out it is a friend or a foe. And therefore, there is every chance that we think it is a foe or a friend otherwise. And that happened during this, and we shot our own helicopter. So there is one IFF right underneath the primary radar. Once the interrogation of the radar happens, we identify whether it is our own aircraft or an enemy aircraft. We can have rapid deployment even at isolated location where ground radars cannot be taken. This is what I will explain a little earlier. Therefore, it is a significant force multiplier. Now a little bit about the radar. It is a first fully active electronically steered phased radar with a long range. It has two modes. I cannot tell in this public about the ranges, but suffice to answer the huge ranges, and it can track about 500 targets at a time in the air and 1,000 targets on the sea simultaneously. Means it can track 1,500 targets, almost the number of aircraft that Pakistan has. It should be less than 500 at any point of time. Though our aircraft are slightly higher, and I think they are much more than we can ever think China has. China has makes aircraft on daily basis. They have such sort of production line. It is mounted dorsally on an Embraer 145 aircraft, which has a huge endurance, about 4-5 hours. Not a big endurance, but look at this. This is a air-to-air refuel probe, which can, therefore, a tanker. Generally, a tanker is a IL-76 aircraft. Can come and refuel it, and then increase its turnaround time to more than 10 hours or so. As much as the fatigue of the crew that is going to fly inside. I forgot to tell, this is not our first attempt to make a AEWC. The first attempt was made on a HS-744 or a hack aircraft, which we had a rotodome on type on the top. This is not moving, that actually rotates. It was integrated in cabs in this place with LRD's radar on top. In 1999, this January month, it had an accident, and all the crew, about 4 pilots and 9 from 3 from LRD and 2 from cabs, perished in that accident. So airborne segment do have such accidents. Sometimes they happen. China also lost, and they lost a huge aircraft with more than 20 scientists, killed in that crash. It has a deep penetration offensive attack, as was the immediate example was the Balakot exercise. Not just that, as I was saying, even during the Gulf War, it has over any terrain. I was mentioning a little earlier that over the Himalayas also, we were able to pick up deep inside China what is its name? 17, J-17 aircraft, which is the mainstay aircraft of China. Huge range. Suffice that it is much more than the design range of this, maybe 300 plus kilometers we are able to pick it up. I also was flying on this once along the Pakistan border, where we were able to pick up F-16s. We are about near Bhatinda, and that was happening somewhere way beyond Karachi, means more than 200 plus kilometers, and we were able to pick them up also. And F-16 is a very low cross-section aircraft. It's not a stealth aircraft. Stealth aircraft is generally 0.01 0.001 meter square RCS. And these aircraft have about 1-2 meter square RCS. So there is a large difference between stealth aircraft and this vis-a-vis RCS. It has the first aircraft to have simultaneous operation of air to air and air to sea, and some of the videos I will show. And we have the operation happens in this way. It picks up the target in such both air as well as sea targets, and it finds out whether it is a real target or not. It has also extended mode of search which has 1.5 times of the range, and it can put certain targets onto full track in the sense that you will get extremely good accuracies of the order of a millirad. Such is the sort of accuracy we will get, which is almost sufficient to intercept. And this is how the operation happens. It is only a depiction. Such doesn't happen like that. Actually, it opens like a flower because it is to deceive the enemy. We do not have this sort of a uniform operation. We have a random way of searching, and you can see it has picked up targets, immediately identifies them, and it has even when the aircraft is having any sort of maneuver, electronically the beam is stabilized because as you have a motion of a roll, let us say, the beam would have gone like that. So there is an electronically stabilization of the beam so that it is always facing the target. Interestingly, there are measures to kill a radar. They are known as electronic countermeasures. You jam a radar. You put a high energy onto the radar, trying to see that it cannot track anything. This is known as a countermeasure, or it is a part of the electronic warfare. Some of the modern ECCM features, because ECCM is electronic countermeasure. What we are going to do to counter the countermeasure is known as countermeasure. So we have a huge EW range in Gwalior. It's a super secret place because any electronic warfare is secret. So they try to jam this without any impact. So such is the extremely good ECCM features this aircraft has. So finally they asked us how to jam, because generally the developer of the radar knows well how to jam the radar. So anyway, that is yet to be done. But it is this radar of course has extremely good anti-jamming features. And it is mounted the way I have shown the antenna on top. There are 5 seats where the operators sit. There are 5 rest area because they have to, it's very difficult to concentrate on the radar continuously. So they keep changing from operation to rest area. And the radar is mounted in that rack, and these are the subsystems of the radar. This is the antenna, and as I was saying, it's the first fully active phased array antenna. And the designer of the antenna later became the secretary of DRDO, Secretary of Defense. What do you call it? Defense R&D, Dr. S. Christopher. A little about the design. I will not go into these because they are more technical than what we can. And I want to know there is one Parkinson's law saying that work expands the time available. So I would like to know till what time I can go.
So another 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Good. Okay. And then I will right away go to some of the techniques which we have developed. Why I brought these points is to show that not everything will be available in open literature. It is generally with the results what you see, you come up with your own innovative methods to overcome those problems. He used to come with that ultrasound problems of seeing the problems inside the transformer. Probably you would have come with similar such methods where directly known methods cannot be used. You have to have your own innovative methods. So we also came with such innovative methods. One of such is here. This is the sort of clutter we used to see. You can see a target here, black slightly. So very difficult to see. Though it is not the same data, but we developed a cancellation method, which we call the spatio-temporal cancellation method. And from the number of such plots of more than 1.5 lakhs for some period of time, we have brought it down to, for a similar period of time, 600. You know how many number of orders we brought down the clutter leaks. So because of that, we were able to see targets very, very clearly, and the number of false tracks that we were able to achieve is about 1 or 2 per 5 minutes. And I'll show you some of the results. So these very highly maneuvering targets which we have tracked with this radar, on the top left you can see this is a fighter aircraft trainer called Hawk aircraft, and that day the pilot he told me I'm going to give you 25 more than 5 G turns. A G turn is 1 G is the G turn is like it is V square by RG is the amount of G turn that you are going to have. So if you have it's 9G, let us say if you fly, you cannot lift your hand because the weight of the hand is going to increase by 9 times. So I flew in an aircraft when it is 2G. In 2G itself, it is very difficult to move body parts because they are double the weight. So you think about 9G, and it is almost, they gave us that day 20 5G turns. And the pilot, after he came, he told he is reeling with all the effects of the high G turn. But the radar did not once drop the target, and you can see here how it went on, kept on holding on to the target all the while. Here we went to Chabua, which is a very highly dense vegetative area in the northeast. And there are two Su-30s which were given as targets. And they are doing very high maneuvers, one behind the other. So we were supposed to hold on to the 2 tracks through and through. And there you can see that. That's almost like a jalebi. You can see that he would have taken I don't know how many turns in whichever way he could, and the radar kept on holding to the target. And this is where we were seeing, it's called a large force engagement, where huge number of aircraft will be flown, and we should be able to hold on to all of them. And this is one of the exercises where we held on to more than 20 targets at a time. And this is, you can see now a sea surface target being tracked. The background is all the clutter coming from the ground, but you see it still picked up the target with such a huge clutter background and able to hold on to the track through and through. The interleaved option is shown where aircraft is being tracked, at the same time sea surface targets are also being tracked. And the same thing is shown as on the map. This is the AWC flying from Bengaluru along the Bengaluru coast. These are aircrafts, and the red ones are sea surface targets, all happening simultaneously. And this is a video of what I have shown earlier. The one here takes those 25 turns, one after the other. Here you can see 2 targets which are coming close by, but the radar picks both of them, distinguishes as 2 targets, and holds on to both of them. They are coming close by. And in this, it is not a single target. There are 2 targets, one behind the other, at 100 meters apart. And both are being tracked, you can see here. Here, it is a Jaguar, which is doing a 9G maneuver. This small turn there, now it is doing another 9G maneuver. And this is the AWNC flying. There, this is the AWNC flying. And you can see Now if you take a turn, you can see how fast the turn happens, almost like a GT. That's it. But we never ever lost the target in spite of those multiple 90 tons. In fact, only that aircraft can take 90 tons in India. No other aircraft has that sort of huge G capability. And this is one of those dense environments where I was telling that we are tracking more than 20 targets as in a warlike scenario. All of them, doing many types of maneuvers, things like that, and we are holding on. And after that, we were asked to extend the range further. So we then extended the range further, and these targets, what you are seeing here, they have 475 kilometers of range. So you can look at 500 kilometers of range, though this depends on the target axis. Huge ranges that you can see with this aircraft, with this radar. This is about AWLC. After having developed this surveillance radar, we were told to develop the radar for, I'll make it 5 o'clock. Then we were told to develop the radar for LCA. Now, of all the radars that you develop, the radar for fighter aircraft is the most complex because the aircraft platform itself is very highly maneuverable. It can do it has 720 degrees per second sort of roll possible with this LCA. And you can, I don't know the rates of pitch and yaw, but the roll rates are very, very high. Should be in 100 of degrees, 100 degrees or so for the other axis also. Can you please press the a small enable country. Yeah, we are integrating the radar on a LCA. Can you go to the next one, please? Oh. It's in X-band and some of the substance of the radar. Oh, this radar has so many modes. So many modes that whatever you think of as a mode for a radar is available in this aircraft. It has air-to-air modes, which are half a dozen. I mentioned a few of them. Air-to-ground modes, where it can actually track targets, ground-moving targets, like let us say a tank which is moving away 80 kilometers away, it can pick up so that it can be neutralized. It can take a picture of a ground 80 to 100 kilometers away with such precision that you will see a picture down the line. It can see such targets almost to the horizon because they are huge. We can see almost up to the horizon. I will show you some of them. And it can also take a picture of the ship. It's called inverse synthetic aperture. And I will show you some of the silhouettes of the ships. It can also be used for navigation. Means it will tell you how high you are flying. If there is a mountain in front of you, it will tell there is a mountain in front of you. You have to increase your altitude. Things like that. It also has a weather mode. It will tell you whether there is a cloud in front of you, and if there is a cloud, how much is the water content. Those are all the modes that are there, and this is where the radar, we have removed the radome and kept integrated a glass radome and demonstrated it during the Aero India 2017, and that's where it is. This is where we are integrating it in LCA. And maybe you have to press that button. A target being tracked. This is the range of the target, about 50 nautical miles. 1 nautical mile is almost like 1.9 kilometers. So it's about 50 nautical miles away. And all the information is presented to the pilot. This is the whole platform. Now you can see the platform is doing a roll, and this is a picture of the platform. And the radar has to hold on the target in spite of all the roll that is going to happen. Yeah, and now here, can you press both of them? Two different maneuvers are shown. One is maneuver of the platform, and the second one is the maneuver of the target. I think it is both the target, different maneuvers. One at the board, at the center, one at the edge of the radar, and in both cases the radar held on to. Closer the range of the target for maneuver, difficult it is to hold on because the angular excursion is higher. And in both cases, it's going to. This is called close combat. When in the olden days you have to have dog fights, you have to pick up targets which are close by, let's say some 10-15 kilometers away. Keep on tracking them so that you can release a close combat weapon. So can you press the button here? Can you press the button? Yeah. So there's a very close by target, and the same this one you press. You can see there is a square here. Within the square, there is one black dot. I hope that you can see the black dot. That's the aircraft locked down by the pilot so that he can do the interception. Okay, then we were given two fighter aircrafts which were crisscrossing, and we were told to hold on to that. Can you please? And move it little forward so that we can. Can you pull that bar? Yes, a little more. So you can see that they are doing scissors maneuvers, crisscrossing each other, and all the while never losing neither of them. And this is a ship, the silhouette of a ship, which you can see here. That's I was telling that you can also see a silhouette of a ship, something like 100-150 kilometers away. This is the ship of which the silhouette is that. And generally the seamen, they have the capability of identifying the ship even if they know this. They are trained to do so. But nowadays we also are having neural nets, AI-based tools where we can figure out what is the ship. And one more ship with its image. And this is a SAR image. I was telling, we can see the image of this is an HL airport next to he was there. Oh, okay. I was telling he was helping us. I come to that point, but there was one problem with the grounding in the SCA. So we asked Dr. Bhavani Shankar to come and explore. We found, of course, where the issue was, and we could solve it thanks to that. But this is the Bengaluru lake with hardly any water left out. The tanks in Bengaluru. And that is the you can. This is maybe a little I don't know at what range, but we proved it at 80 kilometers off. So at such huge ranges, we can still pick up airports and tell that there are airport here, and you can see those small dots there. These are all aircrafts which are parked there. This is a Jindal airstrip which is taken, and you can see all the pipelines and the township with almost good clarity so that people who are trained can identify what is what. And the meandering Krishna River, it took, I think this may be near this asylum. And this is a much better image we have today of cloud. And the red color means it's a nimbus cloud with a lot of water in it, and it has to be avoided. Can you press that video? A small video for a couple of minutes, then maybe. Okay, if it is not opening, can you escape? This is one folder.
Yes, it's one folder.
Go back.
Back.
AESA PPT. In that, yes, that. Can you to make the presentation fast? We made a small. though there is no voiceover because we made it ourselves. This is our journey in making the radar. On that's the LCA. HL is our production partner for the radar. Of course, it is also the production partner for the aircraft also. And as I was saying, these are the multiple modes of the radar possible. And we started with the mechanically scanned radar. This is how the old radars used to look like, mechanically scanned. And there is a huge traveling wave tube which is not shown behind this. And this is how we have gone about. And there is one interesting thing for the government, sir, Srikant Garu, that when we started this development, we were looking at how much time it takes in general for the Indian industry, Indian development and foreign development, which are almost the same number of years. And secondly, the amount of money that we spend is almost 1 order less. And the cost is also similarly an order less. So this is our, we also hired one aircraft, which I will show. This is when we integrate for the first time the phased radar. What was mechanically scanned, now this is a phased radar. And then we integrated on a flying test bed. We took a commercial aircraft. This is a commercial aircraft. Cut open the nose. This is a commercial aircraft. Inside is shown. It had a weather radar there. The nose is cut open. And the bulkhead of LCA was integrated. And the radome of LCA was integrated. And the dummy loads are integrated. And then we did all sorts of tests to prove that the aircraft is worth flying. So we have taken the help of NAI and other agencies to do the structural aerodynamics and thermal analysis to prove that the aircraft is good enough to fly. There is a GVT, ground vibration test, which will come a little later, to show how vigorous was the testing to prove that it can fly, because the Cpri has to certify that it can fly, and unless these tests are done, they don't give the flying. Of course, that's the key, and there is the integration going on. And there are multiple agencies which are involved. And the Cpri has given a certificate that we can fly. For the first time, such a commercial aircraft has been modified and certified. So it is unique in its, here's our direction. Still, this aircraft is there in cabs today, and the first flight is happening. And before we went to the LCA, we tested almost all the modes on this aircraft, because any modification on LCA is very expensive. So you can see, all those water we were able to do. And you can see that scissor maneuver, what I was talking about, and both aircrafts being held on continuously. And this has shown also the ISR images with many kilometers, about 80 kilometers in this case. And this is the first cut weather images, but we are much better off today. And post this, we started integration on LCA. We were given 2 LCS, LSP 2 and 3, on which both we have integrated the radar. And some of the achievements, this target is a long range target, about 100 plus kilometers. And the high maneuver, this is called raid assessment. When the enemy comes, they come into multiple aircrafts. So we should say that they are multiple aircrafts, not one. One platform, here you can see the speed at which they did the roll, and we still held on to the radar, the target through and through. So the slow turn and the posture of the aircraft, both are demonstrated. This is the slow one, which is more difficult to hold on. And this, as I was saying, is our close combat mode. You can see those black dot there, which is a, it's line. Now you can see clearly. This is called real signature, RS mode, real beam mapping mode. And you can see the water body there with hardly any resolution though. That is the mode to tell the boundary, landscape boundary we use it generally. It is a little, one more. And this is called Doppler beam sharpening, a low resolution SAR. And this is the image of HL airport. Not very clearly you can see because it is not real SAR, it is Doppler beam sharpening. The further images will show, this is a SAR image, you can see the clarity with which you can see, and these are some corner reflectors to prove the goodness of the image. And prove, you can see that it has been able to distinguish that, proving the correctness of the image. This is the important one. This is a ground, this is a ground moving target like a tank, now 80 kilometers away. Still we are able to hold on to 30 meters. The airstrip size is 30 meters. We are flying a little bit. Can you hold for a moment? Yeah, that was going on a airstrip. Airstrip generally is of about 30 meters. We are looking from 100 kilometers away. So 0.3 millirad, that's the sort of accuracy with which we were tracking the target. So if you have to identify and then, do the interception, 100 kilometers away, you can still use a smart bomb and clear it. This is called air to ground ranging. When you are going to intercept a ground non-moving target, which is close range, about 30 kilometers range, use this mode. And the sort of accuracies that are required from 30 kilometers are about 10, 12, 15, that sort of meters. So here we are able to get, this is about 90 nautical miles, about 35 kilometers away. Maybe it should be around 12, 13 meters of accuracy. Yeah, you can go ahead. So, and the point has to be held on. And last 2 minutes of, this is a cloud which is now looking much better. And that red portion is the nimbus with a huge water content. And you are not looking at the same cloud at 2 different points of time. So it keeps on changing. Doesn't mean that it is changing differently as the same cloud. And we also have at the end, I'm through. This is what I was telling as terrain awarded. The mountain in front is shown with a red color so that the pilot knows he has to do something to pick it up. That's, and more is there, but these 2 parts of, we have further developments for maritime patrol, for helicopters, which I cannot cover because of paucity of time. Once again, I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk to this August gathering, especially when Professor is here, who generally always we respect for the knowledge that they have. Thank you very much.
I request the dignitaries to come onto the dais, please. Thank you very much, sir. This was a masterclass in radar technology. We have seen the evolution of radars that you have shown to us, and we are as proud as well to see the success of your Iraq radars, particularly so when the Balakot was bombed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested to see much more than what sir said about Balakot and Vijay Street. Please do research on that. And please remember, we were lucky to be treated with some information which probably were private and classified. So thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful lecture. Please. We now quickly move on to the next segment. Rakesh, will you please come and announce?
Thank you, sir. We move on to the annual award function. As the first award is Best Research Paper of the Year based on testing clues and data, instituted by Dr. B.S.K. Naidu, former Director General, NPTI and CPRI, in the name of his late father, Sri B.M. Naidu Award. May I request our Director General to kindly announce the award, please.
This award goes to Ashita P.
May I request the dignitaries to join us?
A round of applause for the winner, please. The second award is for research contribution in the field of power sector for the year 2024, instituted in the memory of Sri C.S. Srinivasan, former director. May I now request our Director General to kindly announce the award, please.
This award goes to Dr. Ganeshekaran D.
Congratulations to both the winners and also thanks to the dignitaries.
We now come to the end of the first phase of the program. I request Sri Sudhakar Reddy, sir, Director, to propose the vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on dais, of the dais, on the audience. Good evening to you, everyone. I am honored to deliver the vote of thanks for today's CPRI 65th Institute Day celebrations. On behalf of CPRI, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Sri Srikant Navulapalli, IAS, Additional Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Power, for accepting our invitation to grace this occasion in spite of his busy schedules. It's my duty to express my deep sense of gratitude to Sri Pankaj Agarwal, Secretary, Ministry of Power, and Sri Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, for their greetings and unwavering support to the CPRI's growth continuously. Now I request our Director General, Sri Savlesab, to kindly present a memento as a token of our gratitude and love to Dr. Srikant Nagalapalla ji. Thank you, sir. I, on behalf of Cpri, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, IISc Bangalore, for accepting our invitation to grace this occasion in spite of his busy schedules. I really very thankful to you, sir. Now I request our Director General to kindly present a memento as a token of our gratitude and love. I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude and our sincere thanks to our esteemed speaker, Dr. D. Sheshagiri, DRDS, an outstanding scientist and director, NPOL, DRDO, for his gracious presence and enlightening us with Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Lecture, Airborne Radars in Indian Scenario. It was indeed insightful and thought-provoking session on radars. The depth of your knowledge and the clarity with which you presented such a complex topic has left us not only informed but inspired, sir. Now, I request our Director General to kindly present a memento as a token of our appreciation and love. So it's my It's my privilege to extend an heartfelt vote of thanks to Sri B.A. Savleji, Director General CPRI, for his outstanding inspiration, continuous guidance, and support for organizing this program successfully. My deep regards and thanks to all the directors, additional directors, HODs, and my all colleagues for their outstanding cooperation and support for organizing this program successfully. I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to the management of State Bank of India, LIC, and Income Tax Department for their unwavering support and encouragement in all our activities. So I would like to express my gratitude to Srimati Sulika Bhattacharya ji for our melodious and soul-stirring invocation. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today to extend our heartiest gratitude to the former Director Generals and Directors and retired officials whose unwavering dedication and visionary leadership have been instrumental in shaping this institute into the beacon of excellence and the national icon it is today. Your commitment to laying a strong foundation, your relentless pursuit of innovation, and your focus on creating a culture of learning and progress have left an incredible mark on this institution. The milestones we celebrate today are a testament to your tireless efforts and sacrifices. The fame and respect of this institute enjoys today are a direct reflection of the strong groundwork laid by users. I extend my I really thank all the retired officials who are here today. I extend my hearty congratulations to all the awardees for their accomplishments and jury members for their efforts in finalizing the prizes. So on behalf of CPRI, it is my privilege to extend warm and heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed customers, invitees, and guests from different organizations for gracing this occasion with your presence on this special Institute Day. I thank all the support divisions like EMD, CED, security, accounts, administration, training division, and IT cell for the timely action and support all the activities to make this event successful. I take this opportunity to express sincere gratitude to the guests from utilities, regulators, PSUs, KVs, MS Ramay University, and other officials from different organizations for their valuable presence and active participation in today's event. I also take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the members of the press and media for their valuable presence and active participation to cover this event today. I express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the Dhatu Puppet Theatre team for their presence and the culture program which is to be continued after this event. So not but not the least, heartfelt thanks to members of the Institute Day celebration committees and all those contributed directly or indirectly for making this year's Institute Day celebration so special for all of us. So thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
We now rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Request Director General escort Chief Guest of Honor and the distinguished speaker to the VIP room. I request the audience to be standing in their places or seated as the dignitaries leave the hall. We now break for tea, and after tea, maybe 40 minutes?
High tea.
Break for high tea and assemble in 40 minutes to watch the puppet show by the Dhatu team. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
I request few members from CD to help with the clearing the stage for the cultural program, please.
Photo, they ask you some important photo you give to them. Okay. Today itself only will come in Google Drive. Amok sir will share. Okay, no problem. Amok sir told till 5:30. Okay, this is the last. You also take snacks. But there you take some photos. all gathering.
ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ವೈರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ ಆ ಸೀಟ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದೇ ವೈರ್ನ ಇದನ್ನ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಹೂವ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಬೇಕು ರೀ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಾರ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬಟ್
ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋರಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸೋದು ಹೌದು ಸರ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್
हमारा वो पीपीटी बनाया सब प्ले करता जाना है नीचे और तब अभी देख बहुत सी गूगल टेल की क्या है नॉट दिस चलो हम तो जा रहे हैं आप जाओ मैं आ रही हूँ देख रही क्या दिख रही है थोड़ा कहाँ पे
इनके टीम के लिए आईटी कुछ अरेंज किया
That will look late, no problem. That has been connected to the live TV here, and that is removed. Now we can. Korean TV, that you will try. I will arrange it.
ಅವ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡ ರೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಯಾರು
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ನು. इसमें बैठाओ इसमें रॉड में डाल इसमें नहीं आगे वाला कहाँ से लिया इसका नहीं लो इसका ले लो मैं स्किन सब लगा I get the pockets in that room.
हाँ पेन पकड़ लो हाँ मुझे ले पेन ले नहीं पेन ले जा
There is a bag. I don't have
Like this.
ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಅದು ಆದಂಗೆ.
Welcome to Dhatu Puppet Theatre. Dhatu was founded in 2004.
ಬರಲ್ವಾ ಅಂಕಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ
Hey, no fighting and be careful. Fire से लगा.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನೋಡಿ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅದು.
आया नहीं, यहाँ से चल रहा था, वहाँ नहीं चल रहा था।
ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಬೇಕಿತ್ತಂತೆ ಹ?
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ 5:30 ಇದೆಲ್ಲ
ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ದು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 5:30ವರೆಗೂ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದ್ ಮಿನಿಟ್ ಹಲೋ ಓಕೆ ಸರಿ
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುದು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ವಿಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಫರ್ ಹೆಂಗ 5:15 ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ 5:15 ಯಾವಾಗಾದ್ರೂ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತಾ?
Welcome to this cultural evening of Cpri Day. A very happy annual day to all of you. And we will be starting the program soon. We are just setting up and checking on the lights. And ಭಾಷೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೇಕಾ ಆಂಗ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆ ಬೇಕಾ? ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೇಕಾ? ಸಂತೋಷ. English also. Okay. We have a multilingual ಮಿಶ್ರಣ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. All the kids here, children here, children, little children, young children, the young at heart. Welcome to this puppet show. How many of you have seen a Karnataka puppet theater before? Karnataka ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? ಏನ್ ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? Does anybody know what you see? Yeah? Do you know? You know? ಏನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ಯಾ? You know? ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? The young gentleman, ಭಾಷೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ನೀ ನೀವು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಗಂಭೀರ ಕಲಿತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅಲ್ಲೋಲೆ ಕಲ್ಲೋಲವಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ತಡವಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ತಡವಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ I don't think any of you attended the lectures, alva? Anybody with the lectures? Who attended the lectures? None of you. Okay. So, you have come to CPRI, yeah? Central Power Research Institute. Any engineers in the audience? Okay. So, power electronics is your domain, yeah? And there was talk on research of power, efficiency of power, trajectory of the radars, and this has been the continuum of whatever has happened during the day. Young children here, ellaru maths ella gottappa? Math or science ella oddira? Chennagi odi ಭಾಷೆನ ಕಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಏನೇನು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ಕನ್ನಡ, ಹಿಂದಿ, ಸಂತೋಷ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ಸಂತೋಷ. And here children, any other languages that you learn in school? Do you learn languages in school? Yes? Kannada? Yeah? Okay. We have for you a story from ancient India. A very old story of Bharata, where you will see the ultimate energy transformation. We're talking about electrical energy, transmissions, transmission loss, efficiencies, gadgetry, and then equipment. We heard about equipment which is being imported. We have to be indigenous. So we are rolling time and going back to a point where Bharata had the capacity to transform material into energy. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ವಾರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಐನ್ಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಥಿಯರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರು? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. We leave all that aside and enjoy the puppet show. Okay. So, have you heard of Sri Ramachandra? Ramayana? You have. All of you have heard? Huh? When he was about 16 years old, he was very successful. He learned Dhanurvidya, administration, okay, and all the shastras he had to learn. He learned very well. He was like the top class student. How many of you get 100 in mathematics? Anybody here who got 100 in math? We have? Yeah? No lying. This day is all about truth. When you're dealing with energy and you're dealing with art, you'll deal with truth. So if you're not capable of truth, you're capable of silence. So anybody here with 100 in math? May you get. See, because maths is very important for us. Geometry, trigonometry is very important for us to design these puppets. We craft the puppets, we design the puppets. Ancient India is very well known for its accuracy in design. Our lives too are designed. How many of you have festivals in the house? Fantastic. You celebrate festivals in the house? These celebrations are the base of a pyramid. Do you know what a pyramid is? You do? You know the shape of the pyramid? So the festivals of India are the base of the pyramid. And from that base, we go on to the apex, the tip of the pyramid, where you can experience transformation of material into energy and reconstruction. If you have seen Star Wars, you have seen it in the films, and we are talking about transmission of energies, yeah? So two things in the human plane is the puppet show we're going to watch today. When Sri Ramachandra was 16 and successful, he was a little sad. He didn't know what to do. He said, I've done it all. It's called depression of success in today's terms. He said, I've done it all, Maharshi Vasishta. That was his guru, his teacher. Do all of you have pet teachers? Yeah? Respect your teachers because that's where your knowledge comes from. Whenever you're being taught by anybody, elder, teacher, guru, you receive it with your hands out and your mind's calm, and that's when you become efficient because every minute you are learning. And that's what puppeteers of India do. We need to have philosophy, we need to have accuracy of design, and there's another very, very important word in India. It's called aesthetics. What is it called? The Indian look. How do things look in India? We have colors, we have design, we have very, very beautiful structures, sculptures, painting, music, wooden sculptures, textile, jewelry design, yeah, and building design. So all of this are part of the aesthetics, which also the puppetry takes care of. Coming back to Sri Ramachandra, he went to his guru and was very quiet, wouldn't talk a word. Maharshi Vasishta saw the plight of Sri Ramachandra and said, my dear lad, what's wrong with you? Of course, teachers, elders, grandparents in the house understand in silence what is wrong with you most of the times. He smiled at Sri Ramachandra and said, come, come, sit next to me. Sit next to me. Let me tell you stories. Ramachandra heaved a sigh and he said, all right, Maharshi Vasishta, please tell me the stories, whatever you want to tell me. Then Maharshi Vasishta talked about yoga. All of you have heard about yoga? Yeah? Yoga is not just for the body. It is for the mind. It is for the energies beyond the mind. Okay? Chitsvarupa, it is called the energy beyond. And then he told him a lot of interesting stories. Rama started listening. He said, so why am I feeling sad now, children? Whenever you go to school, somebody scolds you, maybe you didn't do something or you didn't get enough marks like you wanted. Never feel bad, even adults. You don't get your promotion like you thought you would. You didn't get an entry like you thought you would. It is all right. You're ordained for something else. You're ordained for something better. All we need to do is our best. We need to do our best with ourselves as the sample. So we're competing with our old self. Every day we are new. This is what Maharshi Vasishta told Sri Ramachandra. He says, you can always do better. 100 I spoke because that is the maximum you can get in maths for a proper correction. And in life, we have hold in administration for a ruler, for a Raja, for a king. Rama is held as the ideal 100 in administration. He cared for his people. He cared for everybody. And the education he received from Maharshi Vasishta is unparalleled. So now, what is the story Maharshi told Sri Ramachandra? It is available to us as a book. Google it. Yoga Vasishta. The story is told to Sri Ramachandra when he was down. And we have picked up one very beautiful story from that. It is called Chudala. Chudala was a princess of Saurashtra. Many an accomplished women we have seen. Somebody got for the best research paper a lady got an award today for the best research paper. And this has been a history of India. In Bharata, women, this is older than Ramayana. Today, by YouTube's, whatever we have information, Ramayana is 15,000 years old. So we are looking at literature which is older than that. So, Chudala was very beautiful inside out. In Bharata, beauty is not just your external, beauty is internal too. Your character gives you a glow, your sadhana, your duty mind, your dharma, right? And whatever spiritual path you're on, whatever it is, all lead to same. That gives you the inner glow, and that is your inner beauty. All of you know the Lakshmi Ashtottara, Daridrya Dvamsini, Daridrya Nashini. Two kinds of Daridrya exist. One is the external poverty, which is your bank account, your materials, etc. and etc. Another is an internal poverty. With the new Bharat, Vikasit Bharat, which we are having, with all the attempts that are being made to regain our nation as it was in its glory thousands of years ago, we are attempting and will succeed in removing this block and internal poverty which came to us due to invaders from outside. Now, Chudala was beautiful inside out. She was accomplished, educated. To be a princess, she was a princess. She was a grand administrator. She was capable of the literature. She was well read, the Shastras, administration, arts. She was fabled for her playing of the veena, a string instrument, and she was a princess of Saurashtra. In the region of Malwa, Saurashtra is, today's Gujarat area. In the kingdom of Malwa, there we had King Shikidvaja. Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, those areas have ancient Malwa. Shikidvaja was a very successful king. He was going to become a Chakravarti. Chakravarti is the person who has supremacy over all the kings of Bharata. And he was extremely brilliant. He too had all the equipment for a fantastic ruler, but he was young and not yet married. He went around looking for a bride. Young gentlemen who are looking for brides, who are on the apps today, you know how difficult it is to find a right match. This is same old story which was there in India even during Shikidvaja's time. When you excel, the bracket becomes very narrow. You can find only so many people who match you. So Shikidvaja walked the land north to south, east to west, looking for the perfect bride. I was in the city of Raipur a few years ago, and I met the Bills who very nicely gave me their stilts. You know what stilts are? Stilt gutta. Who knows what a stilt is? Mysore Dasara nodilva? ಉದ್ದನೆ ಕೋಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು. Children, do you know stilts? Yeah. They walk on sticks. Stick walkers, yeah? Bamboo stick walkers. These are called stilts. Okay, in engineering also you have stilt construction anyway. So, in Raipur I met the Bills who said, "Oh, would you like to try our stilts?" They all walked on stilts. You know why? They go into the forest. They are hunters by profession. And the Bills are very well known. River Narmada, very well known for their archery. They are fantastic with it. So I tried, but they all laughed because I kept falling down. Not easy. And they're very, very thin and very well balanced. The sense of balance, physical balance, is amazing. And the ladies called me and showed me a sculpture. They were parrots. And these ladies danced around the parrots. They explained to me that in their language, they were asking the parrots to go to the forest and bring back their husbands who have gone hunting. Does anybody know whose Vahana parrot is in Indian mythology? Anybody knows? Whose Vahana is it? A little friendlier deity, not a god, Devata. Manmatha. Devi also holds parrot in her hand because parrot is a symbol of knowledge. Parrot is also a symbol of love. So Manmatha has the parrot as his Vahana. And the bills are sending the parrots to send a message to their husband saying, forest is very beautiful. You will all get mesmerized. Please don't forget us. Come back home. Now you see in Chudala, which is as older than the Ramayana, we have the parrots of Manmatha helping Shikidvaja, the king of Malwa, find the bride. These parrots do a lot of work going around everywhere, finding out who matches who. And Shikidvaja and Chudala get married. Now, for the women in the audience and the gentlemen too, till the British came to India, Srimati and Shriman had nothing to do with marital status. Yoga Sishta, which by present standards, if Ramayana is 15,000 years old, could be at least 15,500 years old, talks about Srimati. In Sanskrit, Samskrita oda Maklidaralapa, Matihi is Buddhi. Shri means Lakshmi, wealth. That woman endowed with intellect, which is all of you in this audience, in order to take care of a household, whether you're married or not married, it doesn't matter. Status of the husband is there, or duty you have to do will remain the same. So this woman who comes to office, does her share of work here, goes home, manages finance, takes care of the household, is a Srimati. And here we see a reference, oldest reference in the story of Chudala to the word Srimati. Shriman, the person who's again endowed with all kinds of wealth. We see later in Kalidasa's works, he says how sensitive the Indian person is. So it is not new. Today we are getting sensitize your boys. Kalidasa has written, it is a world famous shloka where Shriman, the man endowed with all the qualities for what? To make life a success. And I'm going to stop this as soon as they are ready. Yeah? Now, success is when you reach your potential. You reach your potential, you are a success. What your neighbors do does not matter.
Sprinkler will get on.
Okay. No smoke machine, please. Done.
Smoke,
So,
madam, it will sense then a sprinkler will get on.
I understand. So, now Shriman is that human being who's also the intellectual going towards success of life. What is the success of life? In India, we are the only country, by the way, to define this. What is my purpose of life? Purushartha, it is called for dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. If you imagine a board, the frame of the board will be dharma. Dharma is what? Common sense ethics. That which is good for you, good for them, good for them, good for this whole universe is universal dharma. What I desire is my kama, the means by which I satisfy my desires is artha. So when dharma is the boundary within which artha and kama happen, we go to Z axis. We are out of the board, we are out of this plane, reaching success. And this story of Chudala, which is told to Sri Ramachandra by Maharshi Vasishta talks about this ultimate success. This is the time when Bharata is celebrating Mahakumbh, where we have so many spiritual seers coming down from north, south, east, west, and gathering for debates. It is very nice that we have this opportunity to share with you this ancient tale of our country in the form of the wooden puppets. Darumayi Yoshi says the Bharata, the Bhagavata and the Mahabharata. So puppetry in India was established about before that time because there's a reference to it in those epics. So we are happy to present this. Along with me, I have Maithili Shikarpur, Prakriti Hoskere, Divya Hoskere. I am Anupama Hoskere, and little Keshav and Rukmini are also there. Anirudh is with us, and you will meet them at the end of the show. India, through my tours in Europe, and I have taught in universities in Europe, we realize that most of the puppet art which has gone to Europe is from India. From Europe, it has gone to other parts of the world. So, we have special string puppets of India, which were carried by which have migrated to Europe and got re-established there. But I'm happy to share with you that Bharata is the motherland of puppetry. And welcome to Jura.
Good evening to all once again. Now we'll start the cultural program. Before that, I would like to introduce Madam Anupama Huskere. Madam Anupama Huskere is a master puppetry and Bharatanatyam artist and the director of the Dhatu Center for Sharing, which is located in the Garden City, Bengaluru. She is a Padma Shri awardee. She is the recipient of the prestigious Sangeet Natak Academy Puraskar, the highest Indian recognition given to the practicing artists. She has wide experience in every facet of the composite art form of puppetry, including performance, puppet making, puppet theatre, proscenium design, script writing for puppet plays, music and song composition for puppet plays, lighting and sound effects in puppet theatre. She has created to date over 25 puppet productions, including several productions which include dance and puppetry combined in absolutely endearing proportions. Madam Anupama received the senior result of about 18 years. And as an expert speaker and resource person, she has presented several papers on Karnataka puppetry. She has also given TEDx talks in universities and schools. Madam Anupama has trained under late Sri V.S. Kaushik of Sanatana Kala Kshetra and Guru late Srimati Narmada in Bharatanatyam and has trained in Kathakali from Kalamandalam Sri K.S. Haridas. She has trained under Guru late Sri M.R. Ranganath Rao in traditional puppetry of Karnataka. She has worked relentlessly to resurrect the special string puppet techniques in India. Techniques of India, sorry. She holds 2 master degrees in engineering, MS in electrical and computer engineering from Cal State University, Long Beach, California, and ME in communication engineering. Madam Anupama has nominated as an independent director to NPCC. She has nominated to the Curriculum Advisory Group in Arts for New Education Policy in India. Madam Anupama Hoskere is a member of the advisory board of Sangeet Natak Academy's Puppetry Cell. Is currently on the board of Kalakshetra Foundation, Chennai. Madam Anupama is committed to preserving, nurturing, and spreading the positive and celebrating aspects of Bharat's ancient heritage, traditions, and culture through performing arts. All the work done by her is a concentrated effort towards this. With this small and brief introduction, now I hand over the mic to Madam Anupama Hoskere. Thank you.
So we just need 5 more minutes to start. Any questions about puppet construction? Do you have? How are puppets made? Yes.
One more mic.
How do people play puppets? For the very little ones, listen, no junk food, only healthy food, and brain has to be very smart. Okay? That means no TV. Little bit okay. Don't watch too much TV. It de-energizes all your phones, any screen, no screens. Then, when you become strong and smart and learn math well and learn language well and learn your music and arts, which is coming in the new syllabus, what do? You learn about material. But silk, cotton, yeah, wood. Somebody talked about wood. Wood is required. See, latest 3D printer we are doing with Hindustan Petroleum, Dhatu is working with them. We have created 3D design for puppets possible. 3D printing of puppetry is possible. But how did we do all the puppets you will see on stage today? If you go to Lal Bagh East, Westgate, Lal Bagh Westgate, on the left side, there is a tree. I'm not exaggerating, go see, it's a beautiful tree, which is from there to there, that thick. In Sanskrita, it is called Shalmali Vriksha. What is it called? Kannada, it is called Buruga. In English, the botanical name is Bombax cotton. So, in ancient India, people carried dolis. You've seen chariots and chariot dolls. All these are made with this Bombax cotton. Now, you learn to carve. We have tools. City market, if you go, in the first floor, you can find tools with which you can carve the puppets. It's easy with this wood. You know what? Little boy, can you put away your screen? Deva, smart. You don't want to be smart? Then why are you wasting your eyesight and your brains? Anyways, so you carve with a shalmali, and then we have a special finish which is very popular in America now, but we have used it since the time of Krishna Deva Raya. It is noted 500 years ago. Now we use tamarind seed paste and some nice cotton fabric to give it structural support. Why? It is low density. Low density means you can break it. Strong people can break pencils, yes, in school. So, in order to make it non-breakable, we are using this materials to make it strong. Then we use any paint you can use, acrylic, enamel, yeah, and we paint the features. In India, and the one and the only country in the world to have a text for movement is called Natya Shastra, chapter 21, 22 of Natya Shastra. Tell us how to decorate these puppets. And then, yes.
The mic is
How did people?
Which puppet?
How did they identify the puppets?
Art is a reflection of human life. Any society in the world which is a thinker, right? Which has wisdom, comes with a philosophy, thinks, who am I? What am I doing? Oh, so beautiful. Yeah. And then they see something beautiful. Wow. They look at all these beautiful people, beautiful life, and say, wow, we need to recreate that. And they started thinking, how do we do this? Art developed. In the Natya Shastra, it is said that the 4 Vedas, do you know the 4 Vedas? Which are they? Does anybody know the 4 Vedas? Yeah? Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharva. Yeah? Each one gives us one. One gives us movement, one gives us music, one gives us the structure, the chandas, prosody, yeah? And one gives us the tools. So ancient India, this is how it developed. There was contribution from people who thought, they're called the rishis. And it's from that time that these spiritual scientists, we'll call them, yeah, worked with the materials and gave us this beautiful puppet show, and we are ready.
Make it 25. 24 was there. No, 22 was there. Namaste. Welcome to Dhatu Puppet Theatre. Dhatu was founded in 2004 with the aim of bringing India's great treasure trove of stories from historical epics like the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, from literary masterpieces of poetic greats such as Bhasa and Kalidasa, as well as stories from the Panchatantra and the many stories of India's great sages, kings, and thinkers. Dhatu specializes in the use of the ancient and vanishing art forms of dog keeping and puppetry to tell stories. Members of Dhatu are experienced performing artists in the field of classical dance, music, and traditional puppetry. Puppets that you will see today have been crafted at Dhatu. We request you to kindly put your mobiles on silent mode and invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this Dhatu production.
भारतीय
इदं सर्वं परित्यज्य सर्वम् अन्यत् मयाश्रितं यत् तत् सत्यम् असत्यं च तेनास्मि श्रीमती स्थिता न हृष्यामि न कुप्यामि तेनाहं श्रीमती स्थिता एकैवाकाशसङ्काशे केवले हृदयेन मे सदात्मन्येव तुष्यामि तेनाहं श्रीमती स्थिता. Blessed am I, who is born in this land of Bharata, which has thousands of saints, philosophers, spiritual teachers, who understand the dimensions of life. That understanding, which is the purpose of life.
Ananda, Ananda, Mahadananda. Yes, it is said that happiness is the very nature of existence and that of the soul. In the epic times of the Ramayana, we have a story from the Yoga Vasishtha, the story of a beautiful couple, Shudala and Shikidhvaja, who explore this dimension of life. This story is told by Maharshi Vasishtha to Sri Ramachandra. It was thousands of years ago in the land of Bharata, in the city of Malwa, there ruled a king by name Shikidhvaja. He was a good king, brave, just, dharmic, an expert in the Shastras, Vedanta, and Dhanurvidya. He was a kind and successful king. In the region of Malwa, the tribal women dance around the parrots and ask the parrots to go to their hunter husbands who have entered deep into the forest. They say, "Please bring our husbands back who have been hypnotized by the beauty of the forest. Our husbands are experts in gathering the elephant tusks and peacock feathers. They are also agile enough to escape the tigers. Oh, beautiful parrots, get on the shiny beetle wings and weave them into charming necklaces for us. We offer you the best of fruits. Flutter away and bring our love." The parrots, fluttering away, meet the king Shikidhvaja. King Shikidhvaja is lost to the world, looking for his lady love, whom he is destined to marry. The parrots lead him along.
ಏತ ಏತ ಕೀರವನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪೂರಿತ ಲಾತ ಲಾತ ಸತ್ವರಂ ಭವಾನ್ ವನಾತ್ರತ ಏತ ಏತ ಕೀರವನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪೂರಿತ ಲಾತ ಲಾತ ಸತ್ವರಂ ಭವಾನ್ ವನಾತ್ರತ ಹೃದಯಾರ್ಥಂ ನಿರ್ಗತಾನ್ अनुराग स्वर्गता हृदयार्थं निर्गतान् अनुराग स्वर्गता एत एत कीरवर प्रीतिपूरिता लात लात सत्वरं भवान् वनाग्रता भवन् मधुर भृतिके आकारयत भवल्ललितवर्णकैराकर्षयत भवन्मधुरभणितिवे आकारयत भवल्ललितवर्णकैराकर्षयत दन्ति दन्तरुञ्छने कुशलानखिलान् भ्रान्त सिंहसटानवनलीलाचकुलान् दन्ति दन्तरुञ्छने कुशलानखिलान् भ्रान्त सिंहसटानवनलीलाचकुलान् गिरिमयूरपिञ्चलुञ्छने प्रवीणान् बलदीपिनखानीति विपुलान् सहमानान् गिरिमयूरपिञ्चलुञ्छने प्रवीणान् बलदीपिनखानीति विपुलान् सहमानान् दयितैरानीतानथ मुक्तानि च यान् नयनानन्दान् गुम्फत चञ्चूभिरुचिरान् दयितैरानीतानथ मुक्तानि च यान् नयनानन्दान् गुम्फत चञ्चूभिरुचिरान् मधुर मधुर फलानि मोद्गदामद्रुतम् विधुत गरुत्पालिभिः समुत्थ सतत सततं मधुर मधुर फलानि मोदद मधुरम् विद्युत गरुत्पालिभिः समुत्पतत सततम् येत कीरवर प्रीतिपूरिता लात सत्वरं भवान् वनाग्रतात् येत कीरवर प्रीतिपूरिता लात सत्वरं भवान् वनाग्रतात्
Chudala was a princess from the region of Saurashtra. She was a fabled beauty. Her extraordinary accomplishments in all forms of arts was known far and wide. She was celebrating the Vasanta Ritu, swinging in the garden. The parrots seemed to have found their way to the Sakhis of Chudala.
Some of the parrots go and perch on the shoulders of the Sakhis of Chudala. What a bewitching beauty and accomplished artist she is. Her mesmerizing fingers, which go up and down the veena, look like they are dancing. The cool breeze of Vasanta is enveloping her as if she is the epitome of love and the goddess of spring. The parrots arrive, bringing King Shikhidhwaja with them. Chudala and Shikhidhwaja fall deeply in love. In the meanwhile, Manmatha's parrots have gone missing. He too arrives, raising his hand which holds the bow adorned with flowers. He shoots his flower arrows and blesses the extraordinary couple.
यौवतेन समं विराजति कमलहिन्दोले भावुका शुकवाणिका निष्कृते चूडाला यौवतेन समं विराजति कमलहिन्दोले भावुका शुकवाणिका निष्कृते चूडाला लोलहिन्दोलस्य वलने लालित बाला कालकेलीलय विलासै पालिते बकला लोलहिन्दोलस्य वलने लालित बाला कालकेलीलय विलासै पालिते बकला वल्लकीमपि वादयन्ति क्रोधमाना श्रुतिमुता वल्लकीमपि वादयन्ति क्रोधमाना श्रुतिमुता पल्लवाङ्गुलिलालितम् आमोदमाना प्रतिमता नौवचेन समं विराजति कालनिन्दोले भावुका शुकवाणिका निष्कृते चूडा नववसन्ते परिहसन्ति सकलकुसुमश्रियमपि नववसन्ते परिहसन्ति सकलकुसुमश्रियमपि कवलिकाहितमलयभवनीमुपवनश्रीनिवतता कवलिकाहितमलयभवनीमुपवनश्रीनिवतता चूडालयाकिनु वशङ्गमिताः समित्या सर्वे निजाहयवरा मधुमासदासाः इत्यात्तकातरमतिर्मदनस्तदानी पुष्पेषु रुत्कटगतिः प्रविवेश
Chudala and Shikidhwaja's marriage is arranged by the Sakhis and the birds, bees, and animals of the forest. Manmatha, with Chandra as his assistant, performs the marriage. The flowers bring them their auspicious garments and mangalya. The bees provide the orchestra, while the elephants played the nadaswaram with their trunk. The peacocks sang the Arati Shodhani songs. The small birds did the chanting and formed up the Toranas. This became a celebrated festival in all the four directions.
शिखिध्वजं परिणयति वसन्ते सुखोत्तरङ्गचूडा शिखिध्वजं परिणयति वसन्ते सुखोत्तरङ्गचूडा सखी समितिविवाहलीला मकोपमां तनुते लोला सखी समितिविवाहलीला मकोपमां तनुते लोला
सुमङ्गलीरियं वधूरिमां समेत पश्यत सौभाग्यस्मै दत्त्वा याथास्तं विपरेतन
विभुरेव सहायको बभूव
सुरघ्नसावधान सुमुहूर्तसावधान लक्ष्मीनारायणख्यातसावधान सुरघ्नसावधान सुमुहूर्तसावधान लक्ष्मीनारायणख्यातसावधान सुरघ्नसावधान सुमुहूर्तसावधान लक्ष्मीनारायणख्यातसावधान
स्मरयेव पुरोहितो गभो विधुरेव सहायको बभूव सुमनिकरो नववधूमङ्गलं सुमनिकरो नववधूमङ्गलं तदाननावर्णमयः कमलकुलं सङ्गीतयोजनं सचारनादमयम् भ्रमरकुलं सङ्गीतयोजनं सचारनादमयम् शोभनगीतं जगौपि गोपं दीर्घसूर्यं निरूपयत् शोभनगीतं जगौपि गोपं दीर्घसूर्यं निरूपयत् कीलसमूहः पपाठमन्तान् स्वरसुन्दरामृतं कीलसमूहः पपाठमन्तान् स्वरसुन्दरामृतम् पारावत सञ्चारतोरणं कलवेङ्कटयनलाजाक्षतं पारावत सञ्चारतोरणं कलवेङ्कटयनलाजाक्षतं सारभूतमभवत् किल सकलं चारुतरे पर्वणि निखिलम्
Chudala and Shikidhaja enjoyed all the pleasures of youth, rowing on rivers, swinging on swings, and spending undisturbed time enjoying the unison of their minds and bodies.